Oh, hello. You must be here for your appointment. Your honey appointment. I'm
Oi, 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 oi. Yeah. Oi, what do you say? You say hello. Oi, 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 hello. Hi, hi. Don't shout, I'm here. Don't shout, I'm okay, I'm here.
How much excited kitty?
Did you yeah. Mer, 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 mer. Oi, oi, oi. Oh, is there rain? Raining now, just kitty, girl. Oi, eu vou puxar. Girl, diesel, girl, beauty. Mouse. Hey. Oi, oi, oi. The beautiful green eyes. The beautiful eyes. Yay. Beauty. Hey. Ay, ay. What you telling? Eh? What about you are telling? Hadi, she's begging for food.
Hadi Lassie.
Meow, meow.
Come.
Yeah. Hadi.
This is effectively equivalent to us building a house for 500,000 gold, and then if the house gets burnt down, even by ourselves, we get a payout of 1 million. As we're going to be burning the city down to the ground multiple times, it makes sense for us to call this Gigaslough. Yes, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, do you like money? Because of course I, like all quintessentially posh and British sounding people, love money. So what if I told you there was a way to make infinite money, basically doing just about nothing beyond punching yourself, and maybe setting fire to your own home? That's right, today ladies and gentlemen, we're uncovering fantastic ways to make infinite quantities of money using insurance fraud. I know, it's absolutely fantastic. Insurance fraud is one of my favorite things to do in my spare time. Feeling like you don't have enough money? Why not throw yourself in front of a car? Of course, make sure it's your own car, then set fire to your car, blame it on someone else, and get a lovely insurance payout. The sky's the limit with insurance fraud, and today we're going to be implementing the basic principles of insurance fraud into the video game of humankind. Now, many of you are going to be sat there thinking, hang on a second, Spiff, this is a 4x grand strategy game set from the Neolithic era to the modern era. What on earth has this got to do with insurance fraud? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it turns out you actually need to look at history to understand how this level of fraud works. Because when you probably think about the great money makers of ancient times, you might think about the Romans, you might think about Mansa Musa, but no, you're wrong. The greatest money makers in all of human history are the Vikings. That's right, those lovely Norsemen. Why on earth are these long beardy boaty boys the greatest money makers of all time? Is it because they're good at pillaging foreign lands and making money? No, it's because they know how to commit insurance fraud. By far the easiest way to infinite money. So today, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting a brand new game of humankind to demonstrate how you too can commit insurance fraud and make fabulous quantities of cash at the same time. So without further ado, make sure you're sat back, relaxed with a nice warm cup of Yorkshire tea in hand. None of that filthy bean broth, no, only the finest leafy soups allowed here. And hey, if you're feeling especially fantastic, you can even like the video. Now without further ado, let's dive in and play a game of humankind as myself, a very, very rich and fancy sausage. Right now, we're going to start a brand new game on a fantastically large map just with some AIs. You know, we can up the difficulty a little bit. It doesn't really make much of a difference. We can put it to nation. You can do this exploit on any difficulty. It makes no difference. Honestly, the AI in this game is merely just a simple stepping stone to simply demonstrate how stupidly overpowered I have now become. Right, so without further ado, I think it's time for us to throw ourselves into the game. So, welcome into the lovely world of humankind. It's looking very jazzy today as we once again start out with our very bland early hunting party as we need to explore the landscape and move ourselves out of the Neolithic era as fast as possible. Of course, we're going to be relying on just the AI exploration. Sadly, the developers toned down the auto-explore cheese, which you could use in previous iterations of this game to basically teleport yourself through the fog of war to infinite free food. I know, it was very rude of them to turn off the most overpowered feature in the game. So instead, we're just going to go and have to burn down this little deer sanctuary. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A staggering 103 turns have passed in this game, and we've finally reached the point where we can start breaking everything with the most overpowered district in the game, brought to you by none other than the Norsemen. And hey look, it's me, a very spiffy looking Viking. I look fantastic. Now, why are the Norsemen so special? Well, they're special for a few reasons, and honestly, all of these reasons make them by far the most overpowered civ in this game. However, no one's using them to be stupidly overpowered. So, here's how you break the game with Norsemen. Now, what makes the Norsemen so stupidly powerful is that they get a very special unit early, which allows them to get to the new world basically first. That's right, the wonderful uncolonized lands of presumably America can finally be yours as the Vikings, and you can do it an entire era ahead of everyone. This is of course ridiculously powerful as you get to claim the entirety of the new world due to the very poorly balanced way this game is balanced. However, the true power of the Norsemen comes from this district here, the Naust, or Norst. It's a very basic district. It's a harbor that gives food and money, but what makes it so stupidly powerful is that it has one very broken mechanic. Plus 50 gold when you ransack. That's literally just it. You get 50 gold if you ransack something. Now, of course, this makes sense. Vikings generally made a large amount of their money from ransacking their enemies. There's just one issue. In this game, you don't have to ransack your enemies. No. You can ransack anything. And worst of all, if you ransack in your own empire, it only takes 1 turn. Now, if we were to ransack our own empire right here, as you can see, it will give us 22 gold. This is pathetic. We need more than that. And so consequently, we're going to start Operation Breaking this game's balance. And all begins with our first house to be built in our capital. And then we're going to want a few more over here. So we'll get one built there, another built up there, and then a final one built down here. Fantastic. You legitimately want one in every single coastal region you have. As you can see, I've been settling in a very unique fashion pretty much entirely along this coastline. This is because, you guessed it, you can buy Naus for just 45 influence. Fantastic. In fact, we'll even go over here to our wonderful city of Carthage, which doesn't exactly look like Carthage, and we'll start plonking down even more Nausts. There we go, splendid. Now, of course, we want to rush these guys all to the start of the production queue, because these bad boys are gonna help us break the game. Now, already we haven't exactly built any Naus, but next turn the production on them is going to start. And this is when something very stupid happens, because we are going to start committing insurance fraud by effectively burning down our own empire. I know, it might sound counterintuitive, but it's actually an incredibly viable strat, because it only takes one unit one turn to burn down any tile in your empire. But why would you do that? There's absolutely no reason to do it. There's no gains for burning your own empire. We'd only gain 22 gold to effectively burn down something that costs 1,391 gold to build. Not exactly a good trade. However, this is where the Naust comes into the picture, as it's gonna start doing some majestic things. Right, now this turn, it's time for us to start breaking the game, as we're going to start building our first few Naust. Now, I think last time we actually built one. Yep, we did. We built a single Naust. And now if we were to ransack one of our own tiles, you'll see we'll get 72 gold. That's much better than the 22 gold we were going to get. However, it of course can be improved. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We need to get more nous down on the ground. How are we going to do that? Well, in all of our lovely little outposts here, we can actually build ourselves a nous. Of course, it's minus 10 stability, but stability doesn't matter on an outpost. And hey, we can just build that for 58 influence. And does it of course count? Of course it does. Look at that. We now get 122 gold to ransack our own lands. Now we're just going to build another one out here, then click on this region and build another one out in this region. Down here on the coastline in the south, we'll build another one. Move along a square, we'll build another one. Of course, the fantastic thing about all of this is that these districts only cost us 46 influence to make, and they build instantaneously, meaning they don't take any time at all, which is a lovely trade. So bam, there we go. There's nous in now all of our coastline outposts. And so now if we were to ransack our own tile, you'll notice we'll get 422 gold. That's pretty good, but of course we can make it better. Now ideally it's time for us to start actually moving out and exploring this brave new world, so that's exactly what we're going to be doing. We're going to start settling our last few outposts on the coastline over here, as well as also down on this southern coast, and then we should be in a fine position to start occupying more and more lands. Oh wait, we can of course build an outpost here. Yes, let's do that. A brand new outpost. Lovely. That's room for another nous, which is of course another 50 gold for every ransack. There we go. Another region. Of course it's space for another nous, and that's exactly what we'll do. Now if we were to burn down our own terrain, we'll get 672 gold. Much better, and certainly a good way of making money. And our faith can also be upgraded. Lovely. Now there's not exactly much that we need to upgrade in our empire. I mean, especially we don't need any way of gaining additional money. That's just completely useless. So instead we'll pick up Skew Gluttony. This makes all of our land units faster, which is a lovely bonus to have. Oh my goodness, and we've just opened up trade negotiations with the English, and they have access to tea, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. Let's buy it. Oh, that's glorious. More tea. We'll even buy some sage. Why not? Fantastic. We've bought an exceedingly large quantity of luxuries from the English. Now, here's an interesting thing about the city of Thebes. Due to the sheer lack of districts we have in this city, we can actually do something pretty incredible. You see, it actually only takes us one turn to build an entirely new district, and the reasoning is very simple. As you can see, it costs us 207 production to make a district. This city produces 465. The reason it's so cheap is because before we became the Norsemen, we were the Egyptians, who have a minus 10% district construction cost, and then we also built the pyramids of Giza for a further minus 25% discount on construction. This in total gave us a minus 35% discount, but this of course stacks with the Carthaginians, who then provide a minus 25% purchase discount. All of it kind of works out and creates something very silly, which allows us to start doing this. You see, what we're going to do is burn down our own garrisons here. Each garrison is going to give us 772 gold, a very decent quantity of gold. So we're just going to burn down all 4 garrisons, and next turn you'll notice something very interesting. Our gold will go from 452 to something a little bit more. So there we go. Well, bam, we just burned down all of those garrisons, and you notice, oh, we got a nice bit of money. 772 from this one, 772 from this one, 847 from these two ones. It was fantastic. And now we have 3,870 gold in the bank, but of course we need to fix up our mess. And that's fine, because the issue with burning down garrisons is that they leave pesky ruins which get in the way. But don't worry, garrisons won't get in our way for long. Because using the wonders of imperial power, ladies and gentlemen, there's a way to perpetually print money out of thin air. Oh, fantastic, we've even finished off our lovely religion tree. We're going to pick up raised monuments, because why not? The additional science is always useful, and we're going to probably be building a wonder or two. I don't see why not. So, well, bam, there we go. Our religion is now properly finished and ready. Right, okay, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Some lovely time has passed, and we've conquered this city over here from the AI called Ciramimium. Yeah, okay, you know what? This bad boy is going to get renamed. As we're going to be burning the city down to the ground multiple times, it makes sense for us to call this Gigaslough. Yes, perfect. Now, what is so special about Gigaslough? Well, Gigaslough is a relatively brand new city, meaning it doesn't exactly have much stability, but even more importantly, districts are ridiculously cheap because there's hardly anything in this city. The less districts exist in a city, the cheaper districts are to make, and districts are already very cheap for us to make, about minus 35% cost. However, we just picked up a brand new civic in public happiness, which means commons quarters are now 50% cheaper to make. This is very, very good, because a 50% discount on commons quarters makes them only 80 production to build in this relatively brand new city. That's fantastic. So, here's where some very magical money-making things are about to happen. Now, as you see right here, we have a mercenary horseman, which we technically stole from these guys, and then used to kill them, standing on top of a commons quarter. Now, a commons quarter costs us 80 production to build, however, we can actually burn this bad boy down for 1,072 gold. So we'll do exactly that. And then over here, we're about to build a commons quarter for 593 gold, or if we just wait one turn. Now, we're not going to wait one turn. We're going to buy this commons quarter for 500 gold, and then we're going to burn it down for 1,000 gold. Now, you can probably guess that there's a minor issue here. This is effectively equivalent to us building a house for 500,000 gold, and then if the house gets burnt down, even by ourselves, we get a payout of 1 million. This kind of equation shouldn't work, and yet it does. Consequently, we're going to cheese the ever-living hell out of it. So, as you can see, we have 175 gold in the bank. We end our turn, those commons quarters get melted down to the ground, and oh dear, what a shame. We now have 2,500 gold, and oh, the commons quarters burnt down. Well, the exciting things about commons quarters is, unlike all the other districts, you don't need to clear the ruins to build on top of them. I have no idea why this is the case, but hey, it just works. So what we're going to do is place down some more commons quarters. We're going to put these guys to the front of the queue and buy them for 557 gold and 572 gold. Now, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we get more money back from burning them down. Consequently, this is effectively free. In fact, you know what, I'm even going to move this scout over onto the island so that in a few turns' time we can start building more commons quarters and burning them down. So for that single turn, we turned a profit of about 1,000 gold. But of course, this system can be scaled up. The best thing about insurance fraud is not when you do it on a small scale, but when you do it on a giga scale. Consequently, we're also going to build ourselves an outpost right here on this lovely tiny little island. It's going to take 2 turns to build, but we can get ourselves another Noust on it. And as we've just built 2 brand new commons quarters, you guessed it, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to burn them down again. For some reason, now these commons quarters are worth 1,297 gold to burn down, so that's pretty good. We just end our turn and whabam! Ooh, 4,271 gold. Nice. Now what are we going to do? Well, you guessed it, place down 2 more commons quarters exactly where the last ones were, and oh, would you look at that, they're still nice and cheap to make. So we build them up again and we schedule them for demolition, getting 1,297 gold every time we do it. Now the thing is, you can even do this in your own territories. For example, we can build a lovely commons quarter right here. It'll cost us 903 gold to make, which is, you know, a little bit costly, but it's okay. We can build it and then we can burn it down for 1,297. The same can be done here, 931 to build, you get it built and then you just burn it down. Fantastic and perfectly balanced. So how's Gigaslough doing? Gigaslough is of course a burning inferno and a mess, but it's my lovely burning inferno and a mess. Consequently, we're going to build another commons quarter and another commons quarter and another commons quarter. And in fact, using our money, we're going to buy this lovely public fountain, which will do wonders to the local stability. The local stability, which is generally just focused entirely on watching buildings get burnt and rebuilt again. So 575 gold, 633 gold, 606 gold. You get all of those things built, lovely stuff. The town is looking glorious. And then of course, what do you do once you build all of those lovely buildings? Well, you burn them to the ground again. So that's exactly what we're going to do. All of them are going to get burnt into the ground. Fantastic. But here's the thing, making money from burning things into the ground is pretty good. But what if we could do something even better? Well, allow me to introduce you to slaves. Now the thing is about slaves is that they're actually ridiculously overpowered because of this lovely thing over here, war slaves. War slaves is a policy which generally isn't going to help many people in most of their games. However, this time it's overpowered because we get +1 bonus population per ransack. That seems pretty good. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a fantastic offer from Spiffco. That's right, the first 5,000 people to like this video will be guaranteed Spiffco Commons Quarter insurance. The system's very simple. simple. We'll take out an insurance policy on your home and then burn it to the ground and double our money. You won't be entitled to anything, but we will be entitled to our profits. So why not sign up today to Spiffco Home Anti-Insurance? After all, who needs a roof over your head when you've got an additional 700,000 gold to spend? Anyway, onwards with the money printing. Now, of course, the acquisition of unpaid interns is usually relatively difficult and, of course, highly illegal. But actually, in Gigaslough, it's surprisingly easy. Simply build yourselves a few commons quarters in your own terrain. Rush them straight to the front using the money that you have, and then ransack them again. This time you'll notice we get 1 population and 1,297 gold every time we ransack. Now that's a little bit crazy because we're not ransacking anyone else's terrain, and yet next turn this city's gonna go from 5 population to 8 population. So we're going to come over here and watch Gigaslough as we press end turn and watch as miraculously 3 people just appear out of thin air alongside an additional 3,700 gold. Because as you can see, we're now up to 11k gold. This is very, very, very good. This is about 50 turns worth of income that we've just basically summoned out of thin air. So naturally we're just going to continue it. Build another commons quarter, another commons quarter, another commons quarter, and you know what? We should probably get more units in on this. So we're going to actually start printing a few scouts. Scouts cost 560 gold, but don't worry, after a couple of pillages they'll pay for themselves back. So we're going to build a commons quarter over there and a commons quarter over here. Lovely stuff. And we're just going to spend some gold and rush all of these into existence. Lovely stuff. And once again, ransack and pillage your own terrain, because why not? And oh yes, we can actually build ourselves another Noust over here. It's only 71 influence. Lovely stuff. Wabam, it's now ours. So that means we're actually going to be getting even more money from these raids. Lovely stuff. Just how much money? Ooh, that's an extra 50 gold. Lovely stuff. I'll have to reset all of these ransacks for it to actually process. So wabam, there we go. Now we get even more gold. And would you look at that, we're straight back up to 10k despite us spending a lot of money getting some additional scouts. So wabam, it's time for us to get even more commons quarters built into this town. So we'll just buy all of them into existence, and now we're going to ransack it. Now, because we have 5 commons quarters built, this means we're going to be making 6,735 gold per turn on top of an additional 5 population each turn. We don't even have space in Gigaslough for all of this population, but hey, we're gonna find a way to fit them in anyway. Oh, and fantastic, we got the worst possible event in the universe. In this random lake here, our traveling warrior found a goodie spot that managed to give us an entire cog. But of course, this cog costs us 20 gold per turn, and we can't disband the cog because it's not in our territory. Oh my god, I hate this. How? This is the dumbest feature. So wabam, we managed it, ladies and gentlemen. We've now got another 5 people living in Gigaslough, and we've got 15k in the bank, so naturally it's time for us to build, you guessed it, all of the commons quarters back again. But you know what, we can actually start expanding our operations further, and honestly we might as well. So I'll build 2 more spots for these. I'll even buy through all of these constructibles. We'll get all of them built in. Lovely stuff. Actually, no, we can get another one in. Why not? There we go. We'll squeeze one in there. Lovely stuff. 800 gold it costs, but we'll get 1,300 for burning it down. So we're just gonna need 3 additional scouts to man all of those. Oh yes, and we also need to burn down all of the existing ones. Now the thing is, it's actually much easier to ransack your own terrain because it will always only take 1 turn to pillage your own terrain. However, it will cost you actual turns, like maybe 5 or 7 turns to ransack enemy terrain. This actually makes it much more efficient to just simply pillage your own lands and enjoy fantastic profits in doing so. Legitimately, there's no reason to actually go out and pillage anyone else's lands. Alright, there we go, fantastic. We've got everyone set up in Gigaslough, so we're just going to spend our gold, build up all of these new commons quarters, buy them through, there we go, lovely stuff, and now we're just going to have them all get burnt down to the ground. I love insurance fraud, it's fantastic. And the thing is, you'll actually turn a greater profit the faster the game speed you have. The reasoning is very simple. On faster game speeds, districts are much cheaper to actually buy out. However, the amount of gold you're getting per pillage actually increases as well. This makes pillaging your own land drastically more valuable. For a large quantity of these commons quarters, it costs us 600 for them to be built, and then about 1,300 for them to be burnt down. This basically means we're doubling our money. On faster game speeds, you can be tripling or quadrupling your own money. money. The only downside is you're playing on a faster game speed. Now the game really wants me to move into the next era, but there's honestly just no reason for us to do this. After all, I want to keep building the Nows for as long as I can because they're ridiculously powerful, and money is power. Now, of course, you don't need to stay as the Norseman for the entirety of the game, because once you have enough Nows down, that's all you really need. Oh my goodness, went up to 16 grand, fantastic stuff. Right, Gigaslau, let's get building all of those districts again. Oh, poor Gigaslau. The population is now up to 24 out of what should be a maximum of 16. Like, we're just squeezing people on top of each other at this point, but hey, it doesn't matter. We'll give them a lumberyard. That'll make them happy. Right, then we'll buy up all of these commons quarters. Fantastic stuff. My goodness. This is going to become a mess, isn't it? Oh dear, oh dear. Now, one of the very crazy broken things you can do here is when you have a city with a large enough population, there's certain modifiers that will just give you money based off of people living in a city. Like, for example, science per population in a city, money per population in a city, influence per population in a city. All of these things stack with the fact that we are just basically printing people into this land. Every turn we ransack all of this terrain, we get 8 people just appearing out of thin air in Gigaslau. So naturally, we're going to build ourselves a library for +1 science per population. We'll buy that now. There you go. The city's now up to 81 science. That's pretty good. But of course, it's time for us to start ransacking again, so let us begin the burning of all of the commons quarters. Lovely stuff. No one will understand the logic behind what we do here, but trust me, there is at least some logic. Ah, it's glorious, glorious, crazy madman logic. And now we're going to found an outpost over here to stop the Greens from basically taking it, although I think they're my friends. Yeah, we're in an alliance, that's fine. This is nice, our total science is 766, but hey, it's gonna get better. You know what, I'll be back in a bit once we've scaled this operation up even further. Well, it's turn 144, and we've just basically achieved complete and utter perfection. We've built an additional 3 Nous, and this means our money making has just gone up by an additional 150 gold. It's starting to get very, 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 very stupid. I honestly have no idea why the developers thought, hey, you know what would be a smart idea? What if you could just burn your own stuff down for money? Because all it takes is for us to simply build all of these very cheap commons quarters, select all of our lovely units, and get 1,500 gold for just setting fire to our own houses. We are just simply printing money and population out of thin air. And best of all, there is just no way to stop a player from doing this. I mean, what even is the counter? There just quite simply isn't one. They're doing it in their own terrain, you have no way of seeing if they're actually doing it. All you know is that for some reason they have a never-ending supply of gold. We can even do it in this city over here in Carthage because hey, it's ridiculously cheap. It costs us 858 and 878 to buy some commons quarters, and then we get 1,500 for burning them down. Now that's a nice profit margin. The thing is, if you also want to be extra cheeky, you can even convert influence into gold. How do you do this? Well, it's very simple. We can spend 77 influence to improve one of these luxury resource deposits, and then we can just burn it down in a single turn and get 1,500 gold out of it. Now that's a pretty decent conversion. 77 influence into 1,500 gold is very spicy. Right, there are now 35 people living in Gigaslau despite there technically only being space for 21, but hey, it doesn't matter because we end our turn and bam, we've just made 20k gold. We're up to 31,000 gold. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, we've completely broken you game, haven't we? Now the thing is, the game doesn't know how to process this. The game thinks we've only made 12,000 gold throughout the entirety of the game. This is because the game doesn't understand raiding income, because the developers, you know, just didn't program that in. But we are now making stupidly large quantities of money. So much money, it is ridiculous. We can buy every single mercenary army on the map. This guy here, 1,000 gold. This guy here, 988 gold. We can buy both of those armies and just conquer this city, no problem. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Oh my god, they've got another army over here. Why don't we just conquer this city? It'd probably give us another city to mess about with raising stuff into the ground, so sure. Right, we're gonna hire this mercenary army, and this mercenary army, and this mercenary army, and then we're gonna go and have them attack the people that we bought the armies from. Now that seems fair. But until then, I need to still keep printing money over at Gigaslau, everyone's favorite money-making metropolis. Now with 46 people living there. There's more people living there than in the capital. Now the AI cheats, how many have they got in their capital? They've got 21, and the leading AI has 29 in their largest city. Wow, okay, right. We are definitely cheesing the AI. My goodness, this is fantastic stuff indeed. Alright, this turn we're going to be making more money than ever before. As you can see, we've got just under 40,000 gold in the bank, but when we end our turn, as we've now conquered a new land and we now actually have 4 more pillages over here, things are starting to look even greater. In fact, you know what we can do? We can probably even expand this operation just a little bit. We have another commons quarter there and there. It costs 815 gold and 838 gold to push through, but that's okay. We'll make our money back. So we'll just move 1 crossbowman there, 1 crossbowman there, and set them both to pillage. Now you'll now notice we get 1,600 gold for every pillage. This makes it even more profitable. Also, Mega Slough is now up to 78 people living there. So we're just going to end our turn, and we're bam, it's now up to 88 people living there, and we have 68,000 gold in the bank. That's pretty good. My goodness, that is actually really, really good. We might as well go and, you know, just murder some random locals. So let me get some crossbowmen here, whack in a great swordsman, lovely stuff. Just buy them all out. We can probably also add in a couple spearmen as well. Fantastic. Now we've got ourselves an entire military that we'll just march on over here and attack this random AI with. Also, if you think it's too tedious to place down all of these commons quarters, it's not. You can just hold down shift and basically just layer them everywhere. It's nice and easy. Only takes a few seconds of clicking and we're bam, there you go. That's all the commons quarters built. Then you just need to simply click on them, set them to be raised to the ground, and watch as the money then floods on in. It really is as simple as this, ladies and gentlemen, to have near infinite quantities of money. Now, using this money, we theoretically could maintain just about whatever we like. Now, I'm afraid it's time for us to actually move on from the Norseman Civic and instead pick our next civilization. Now, of course, we could, you know, become the Venetians and focus on the money making, but there's actually no need for that. Instead, we're going to become the Ming. Why on earth we can become the Ming? Is it because we like their bonus? No, it's because we have the Grand Tea House, and tea is the most important thing of all time. A place of great tranquility, beautiful craftsmanship, and soothing aromas, perfect for the exchanging of ideas. Oh, it's fantastic. I love it. I want Grand Tea Houses, and oh, look at the swanky spiff. He looks great. So, fantastic stuff. We'll go and switch into that lovely civ next turn, and you know what? We can also get building a few more lovely commons quarters. There we go. Bam, bam, bam. Lovely stuff. And then just sack you and just sack you. Lovely stuff. Alright, now it's time for us to end our turn on turn 150 and move into the next game. I know, it's fantastic and exciting. Also, we conquered Malacca. Malacca is very special because the districts are ridiculously cheap. Look at this, 680 to build all of these commons quarters. Don't mind if I do. Oh, it's fantastically affordable. I can't wait to bankrupt this city. Anyway, let's end our turn and gain some more money. It's tea time. And we're into the next era. Lovely stuff. We can even actually claim a wonder or two. Machu Picchu, Taj Mahal, Topeki Palace, Topkapi Palace. Oh, it's all glorious stuff. Naturally, we're going to pick up the Taj Mahal for plus 50% money on a Carve City. Sadly, this doesn't involve sacking. If it involved sacking, it would be glorious. No, actually, instead, we should probably claim the Notre Dame. Now, because we suddenly have a lot more influence, things are going to get a little bit crazy. For a start, you'll notice in this city here, we're now producing 223 influence. This is because the population of the city generates 1 influence each, and then that's actually doubled again because we're the Ming. Actually, I think it is. I have no idea. It's something like that. That actually might be the Japanese. I don't know. But anyway, we're going to build ourselves a lovely grand tea house over here because why not? Bam. There we go. That gives us stability and influence. Yes. Oh my goodness. We make minus 2,000 food per turn. But due to the way the game works, we can only lose 1 population per turn. So the city is up to 101 people living in Mega Slough now. This is just stupid. Oh, but I love stupidity. Oh, and fantastic. We actually finished off Malacca. Lovely stuff. That means we'll just transfer all of our forces to stand around this lovely little city, and then we can begin the great purge of this lovely, tiny, inconsequential city. Oh, it's going to be fantastic. Now, this Grand Tea House is especially fantastic. I love the look of it. But honestly, the strange thing about the situation we're in is we're not actually even playing this in the most efficient way possible. You see, we should actually have 1 additional civic. However, for some unknown reason, it just hasn't fired. And I have no way of forcing the game to fire it because the game's a little bit broken. And that civic is called Army Wages. Army Wages is in the military tree, and it gives you some very, very, very powerful things. Powerful thing number 1. You can decide whether to have paid wages or plundered wages. Paid wages basically means that you get more stability on a city and on a garrison. Pretty cool. Plundered wages, however, means that any army that is ransacking has plus 4 combat strength and gains 50% more money. That's right, an increase in 50%. Now that Civic hasn't fired and I don't have a way of firing it, but if it had, then we'd be able to gain an additional 50% of 1,678. That's an extra 839 gold, meaning we'd get a grand total of 2,517 gold from every single ransack we did. Now, when we times that quantity by the amount of plundered terrain we have, in total 27 commons quarters that we plunder every turn, then that means our by turn income is 67,959 gold. Now that is perfectly balanced. Now this exploit actually goes even further than just making like 60,000 gold per turn by just burning your own buildings, as you can actually take this into an additional step. Because we're also printing population every time we do this and our cities are growing at a ridiculously fast rate, this means that in the next era there's a whole bunch of civs that we can pick up. For example, the Siamese that would give us +1 money per population, we can whack this in a few cities and be making an additional 2,000 gold per turn. It's nice, but it's not great. Instead there's the French, who are +1 science per population, which is pretty powerful. However, they're the French and so we cannot play them. The Germans likewise give +1 industry per population, which is really powerful, but they're the Germans and we can't play them. And then there's the British, who give you money, but hey, we don't need money anymore. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's how to completely and utterly break a game using insurance fraud. Simply build up an absolutely fantastic, glorious empire and then burn it down to the ground every single turn repeatedly. Repeat this process over and over again, and for some reason your local hype Vikings will be so happy they'll give you 50 gold every time you do it, and we've got a lot of hype Vikings, meaning money making is easy. And if only we had that plus 50% gold from raiding. Now that would be glorious. But what can you do with all of this gold? Well, you can do pretty much whatever you like. One thing that can get quite silly is that you can basically stop anyone from invading any of your territory by just simply placing down a huge quantity of these encampments. There we go, just place down a metric quantity of them and bam, we'll just buy all of them into existence. Lovely stuff. Fantastic, glorious. Now, good luck trying to take this city. It is now the most fortified city in the known universe. You know, I'll rename it. Welcome to Cadia, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck trying to take down those walls. Oh, and also a grand tea house, of course. Everywhere needs a grand tea house. Lovely. Right, well there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. If you enjoyed today's video, then make sure to give it a like. And hey, why not consider subscribing so that you see more of our glorious game-breaking content. If you have any lovely nostalgic childhood games that you'd like to see us break and damage, then by all means, hop down into the comment section with your very own suggestion, and we'll be more than happy to ruin whatever nostalgia you had. As always, thank you very much to each and every one of our amazing patrons whose names are listed on screen now. Look at these amazing sausages who make all of these videos all the more possible. Seriously, thank you very much. And hey, if you sat there wondering what video you'd like to watch next, look no further than this one on screen now, hand chosen by myself to be absolutely perfect for you. Anyway, I'll see each and every one of you in the next one. Have a lovely day and goodbye for now. Our super freezing winter is almost here, but that's okay. And well, bam, here it is. Great. Oh no, and another. Oh god, the nuclear fallout has arrived. Lovely. The entire map has now gone effectively green. But dear god, surviving the apocalypse, it's actually bloody difficult. Can you survive the apocalypse? Ever since I was a wee British lad, I dreamed of surviving in post-apocalyptic wastelands. Of course, it wasn't exactly a difficult thing to dream about, given that I had visited Skegness once or twice, and oh god, Skegness. Today, however, I'll be seeing if it's possible to survive in the hardest possible end-of-the-world scenario that I can get my hands on. So watch as I attempt to use all of my Britishness to
Okay, so I told you guys I want to do a 12th gen build for myself, and we're gonna start that process today. But one of the things I don't usually do is necessarily talk about why I use certain components. And I thought maybe we'd start today's video by showing you the main components we're gonna use, right? Obviously RAM, CPU, CPU's obvious, we're gonna use 12900K, but in motherboard, and then I've got to transfer over the CPU and clean it up and all that. So I figured we'd kind of do a little bit of a rationale type video today. And this is directly in response to some of the stuff you guys said you wanted to see in my previous video where I was just whining. NZXT's build is a quick and easy way to get a new gaming computer, and right now they're proud to announce configuring or building your next gaming PC. Visit the build link in the description below. So this is the Maximus Hero from Asus. This is the motherboard that we did our initial 12900 testing on. The Hero is not a bad board. It's not. It's more entry level for the ROG lineup. It's a step above a Strix, but it doesn't have some of the features that you would find on something like the Maximus Extreme. I actually wanted the Maximus Formula. I'm using a Maximus Formula now in my 10th gen build at home. However, and yeah, I think people still are surprised to find out I'm still running 10th gen at home, not 11th gen, because I wanted the 2 extra cores. But the interesting thing about using the Formula this time around is Asus only makes it in white, which is really odd because the Formula essentially is where it has the integrated water block for the VRMs. So you'd have a built-in water block here and here, and it'd be like a single unit, and you would have an inlet and outlet, or they're interchangeable. And then it would allow you to actually water cool the VRMs. So I like to use that option when available. And the current block setup that I'm using with the Maximus 10th gen has that with the EK distro block that goes on top that attaches it to the CPU block, and it looks like one single distro plate on top, which is pretty neat. I'm not doing a white build. So as such, that means, and if this looks all scratched right here, by the way, the plastic's still on it, see? So I don't want to, why do those pull tabs always pull off? I was thinking about loading out my motherboard with as much storage as I could possibly put on it. The only thing I do at home is play games anymore, so I don't need that. And that's the first thing as to why I'm not using like some crazy high core count Threadripper at home, or even something like a 5950X at home, because I literally do nothing at home work-wise, with the exception of maybe my live stream, and that's hard to describe as work as far as I'm concerned. But the most I might ever do is if I've got to leave or something, and Phil will sync the video that needs to go live via our online. But the most I might ever do is if I've got to leave or something, and Phil will sync the video that needs to go live via our online share. We talked about before how that works, but anyway, I digress. That's not what this video is about. I might need to make a thumbnail or something, and I'll do that at home on Photoshop. And even then, my Photoshop at home's been really acting very weird and buggy. So I think as it is, I'm gonna have to completely wipe that and start all over with that anyway, because my Photoshop install's gotten all borked somehow. But I am using two terabyte NVMe's from Crucial. And these are P5 drives. There's P5 and P5 Plus. They're the standard P5 drives. They're plenty fast. Programs that need to load fast will go on there with the OS. Things that those programs are going to access go on a second drive. That way they can kind of work asynchronously to, like if I needed to edit a video or something, it'd be on a second drive. Premiere would be on a different drive. That way scratch disks technically would be much faster. Now I don't edit at home, but that's how I would have set it up. If you're trying to set something up like that, I would recommend program on one drive, data on another drive. It'll work much faster that way. I've got my Steam library on a secondary drive, and so that's how it's set up at home. But because this is a PCIe Gen 4, PCIe Gen 4 drives, which were only fast, like as fast as they're advertised on AMD systems, are now just as fast on the new Intel systems because these are now PCIe 5. But before I show you guys the Maximus Extreme and what it looks like compared to the Hero, I've got to get my CPU out of here and I've got to clean it up. What is that? I didn't do that. It's fine, it landed on the socket part, like the part on top. See? Pins are fine. Crap, where's my cover for it? All right, so the ROG Maximus Z690 Extreme. For starters, it's extremely heavy. To me, it feels like it's nearly as heavy as the Dominus. You guys remember the Dominus? That was the one for the W3175X? Ugh. They put a lot of effort into the sides you can't even see. But check this out. I mean, it's got this rear armor stuff. So the nice thing is you can grab it and not be just completely shredding your fingers because of the fact that the back has all the bottom of the solder joints popping out. But anyway, so why am I using this board? Well, one, it's extreme, but it's one of those things where, I mean, people have kind of come to expect me to use over-the-top parts. This is completely unnecessary for gaming, but remember I talked about that VRM cooling? Even though I'm not able to run a heatsink on this because the formula, for whatever reason, like I said, only comes in white. Look at this is like the Colosseum. I mean, look at this. Like, that's where the gladiators duel the tigers, and this is where the crowd sits. But it's got the typical stuff you'd expect that you didn't see on the other board, I don't believe. It didn't. So this has DIMM.2, which will allow me to actually put two NVMe drives on here that have direct lanes to the CPU, right next to the RAMs. That's why it's called DIMM.2, because it's right next to the DIMM6. Like I said, plenty of cooling for the VRMs. It's got that same feature that we fell in love with, which is the push button release for the graphics card tab right here. Now, I don't typically have my graphics card, going in and out a whole bunch, or once it's in there, especially when it's water cooled. Which, by the way, on my build, I'm still torn on whether or not I'm going to continue to use my 3090 Founders Edition air cooled, or if I'm going to switch over to my Strix 3090, which is water cooled. That's in the white build that I was using for work, that I replaced with the new Threadripper, or Skunkworks that I built with Threadripper in it, which has a 3090 Gaming X Trio in there, which means I now have my 3090 Strix available to potentially go in something like this. I might change the water block on that though, because there's a lot of chrome in there, and I'm thinking on this build, I want to go with less of the nickel plating with clear plexi and go back to like the black acetal and all that. So it's nice and just blacked out, if you will, I guess. So it's one of those things where I'll accent it with maybe silver fittings with black caps or something like that to get kind of a silver black theme going here. That's neutral, so if I want to change the colors with RGB later, I can do that, which would mean that any cables that I have made would also be neutral, maybe like a carbon and a black and a silver or something like that, because then the color will go with whatever I choose. And the nice thing about silver is it will catch any RGB light that's inside the case, which will then just look like colored sleeving, if you will. Typical stuff you would expect. You've got your flex key, which is kind of like a restart. I believe the flex key just forces a restart with a memory retrain, kind of like a safe mode restart. And then you've got your power button. But what I like about this too is it has this shield over all of the ports on the side. So you've got your bottom ports here. We got two USB 2.0. We've got some manual buttons here for different modes, LN2 mode, all that sort of stuff. All the fan headers together, all the RGB headers together. On the side though, as you can see, this is all like covered by this. So it's just gonna make it that much more of a clean aesthetic when it comes to having stuff plugged in there. So you're not gonna see the actual cables plugged in, you'll just see the wires coming out of it, which will look a whole lot neater. And then in terms of the PCIe slots, you have a 16X and an 8X. Remember, SLI is something that's like pretty much dead. Like, I mean, it is dead. There's no other way to put it. Part of me is still debating doing SLI in this, just because I can, and it's something that's like pretty much dead. Slots, you have a 16X and an 8X. Remember, SLI is something that's like pretty much dead. Like, I mean, it is dead. There's no other way to put it. Part of me is still debating doing SLI in this, just because I can, and it's the kind of thing that when I went with Skunkworks back down to one card, the most common thing I saw was people being disappointed that it didn't have SLI, even though it wasn't necessary, because my builds were always known to be unnecessarily overkill. So it was kind of like, do it for the nostalgia of what Skunkworks always represented, but in this case, the only thing the second card would be doing would be any sort of video encoding, or I could have a dedicated encoder on the second card for OBS, and it's not hitting my first card, which means absolutely zero impact, even if I'm using the NVENC encoder to my gaming performance. So I am undecided on that, mostly because if I do have SLI enabled, it's known to cause problems with certain hardware or software and games that don't use SLI. Things like micro-stuttering or even just full-on weirdness when it comes to G-Sync. By having SLI enabled in games that don't support it, there's weird stutters and frame drops that happen until you disable SLI, and I don't want to have to constantly go in and enable, disable, depending on what weirdness that I'm getting to happen. So that's something that I don't want to deal with. All right, so we've got, oh, wow. ROG warning. Once ROG, forever ROG. I like this cover though here. There's no thermal pad on there, which is kind of interesting. So let's see if thermal pads come in the box. I mean, there's some on that side. All right, so this is a USB-C DAC, standard USB 3.0 driver disc, 6-port fan and RGB hub. That way, if you're using standard RGB fans, like ARGB fans with the 3 pins and whatnot, you can actually control it through Armory Crate and Aura and not have to use another piece of software there. Here's the DIM.2. We've got a ton of these floating around because they're not unique to the motherboard. Antenna for the Wi-Fi 6E, by the way. I don't use Wi-Fi, but if you need to use Wi-Fi, there's Wi-Fi 6E. So this right here is a ROG graphics card holder. It actually attaches to the card. It looks magnetic as well, which is interesting. And then this will lower to kind of give it like a brace, like that. ARGB splitter, 3-way splitter, 4-way splitter. And then last but not least, ROG True Voltican. So it turns out the ROG True Voltican.
Can't pronounce.
Looks like Voltician, whatever. This is technically it's an oscilloscope, which is for extreme overclocking. It gives you hardware monitoring for 5-volt and 12-volt voltages. That way, if you're doing extreme overclocking with this, you get some actual hardware voltage monitoring on this. So that's everything that comes in the box here. My question is, are there thermal pads for that, which is what I was initially looking for, and it appears that the answer is no. Weird. I wonder if that's missed, like there was supposed to be pads down there. It really does look like there should be thermal pads on that. So again, early sample, like this could be an early sample thing, but whatever. I am probably not going to use those anyway. I am going to more than likely use the DIM.2. When you run multiple drives on the DIM.2, it obviously has to share those lanes. Now I would assume that they're separate lanes, but I shouldn't assume because you know what happens when you do that. Oh my God. There is also a note on here that says, this is PCIe 5.0 M.2. M.2_1 shares bandwidth with PCIe 16.1 and PCIe 16_2. So this is telling you this is sharing lanes with this one, and this is sharing lanes with this one. So something else to keep in mind, if I was gonna run SLI, I could be affecting the amount of PCIe bandwidth to the storage, which can saturate PCIe lanes much faster than the graphics card will. So by going with the DIM.2 though, this should be entirely different lanes than sharing with PCIe 1 and PCIe 2. So something to keep in mind when it comes to the configuration. A lot of people, I think, overlook that, and they just go, oh yeah, they're just M.2, they're independent, they're PCIe. Well, yeah, they still have to share lanes with that.
You want to be an IT pro, so you must have all of these tools. Remote monitoring management, remote access, patch management, help desk and ticketing.
I'm a little conflicted on this as well, because I do have a 32 gigabyte kit or a 64 gigabyte kit that uses four 8 gig sticks. Wait, no, 4 16 gig sticks. Now DDR5 has doubled the capacity available per stick, which is why we can have a 64 gigabyte kit with 2 sticks. These are two 32 gig sticks. In terms of overclocking, having 2 sticks is the best, but I'm not actually gonna be overclocking this. I'm just gonna remove all the limits. I'm gonna let it self-overclock. I might push it 100 megahertz or 200 megahertz maybe, just so I can get at least a 5-core, maybe 5.1 core all-core overclock. But remember with the E-core, P-core stuff, it's a lot less beneficial to overclock these days versus just letting the logic handle itself. I've seen some people complain about Corsair's new, you can't even call it new, it looks exactly like the DDR4 did, but people complain that it's too boring. I love the sleek aesthetic of it. The matte black on the heatsink matches the matte all over the motherboard. So you can see now why I want to do the black and silver component theme and get rid of the shininess of the nickel plating that's on some of the blocks and stuff. It is an eATX motherboard, so that's something that you have to keep in mind, with your case. Not all cases these days support eATX. This is pretty close to a true eATX in terms of its width, but that's something that you guys will have to take up with you in your case. That height of the heatsink actually makes it difficult to get your hand in there because it's so recessed down in there. I feel like 12th gen uses more force now on that lever than it used to because it's bigger and there's more pins to make contact. They get any bigger, they'll have to do like Threadripper, and they'll have to start using a torque wrench to make sure it's all down in there properly. Undecided, do I want to use 4 sticks or do I want the gap? Yeah, I feel like if I don't fill it out. Nick, 4 sticks, stat. So this is what 128 gigabytes of DDR5 looks like. I really don't think I'm gonna run this because I just feel guilty doing that because of how the RAM does somebody somewhere in the universe just spin the wheelo shortage? Like, do we just, you know what, graphics cards are starting to improve a little bit. Let's just go ahead and cue the RAM shortage. Go, there. That does look good though. If you look at it from that perspective, it kind of keeps the heatsink design going.
It looks so good, I feel guilty filming it right now.
I know. That's what 12900K with 128 gigabytes of DDR5 look like. I like this a lot. Oh, it's so heavy. 2 hands.
Oh,
I wish we had a scale. All right, well there you go. That's our main componentry that's gonna be going into my personal build. Now I haven't decided what case I'm gonna use yet. I'm potentially gonna reuse the Inwin 925 and redo that loop in some way. I'm potentially gonna use maybe Singularity Spectre 3. I just have not decided. The case, that's the part for me that has to be unique. I mean, I can't just use another rectangle from another brand. There's nothing wrong with like the Corsair 7000D or the 5000D or the Fractal cases or whatever. It's just, for me, like when you look at something this unique, the case kind of has to match the craziness. I mean, look at the cases that are sitting behind me, right? I've got an S frame, I got a D frame, and then I've got the 928. That's like the table O Inwin fanboyism. But to me, Inwin makes some of the best obscure type cases. Unfortunately, they don't really have anything right now that's new or different. I think they're still selling the 925 potentially, but that's it. They only do these limited edition, like one-off weird cases kind of sporadically throughout the years. And I think right now with the production issues being are what they are with COVID and all that, that maybe they're not doing any of that right now because of potential production constraints at the moment. But whatever, there's that. I want your guys' suggestions on a case. I've already made it clear what kind of cases that I like. I don't want to do any sort of open chassis, a full open chassis, if you will. So yeah, the Spectre is fairly open. Right, it's the evolution of the case I used for the Post Malone case, but it's 2 generations later now. I I like the fact that the back wall is all distro plate and whatnot. I don't want to use something like the Cougar Conqueror or any of those real like spacey, like crazy angle type cases. I just want something clean and classy, but that's different than the typical rectangles that obviously people do for computer cases. So this is where I would love your suggestions down below on cases that I should use, or maybe send me a picture of it on Twitter at Jay's2cents for Twitter, because I'm definitely up there and can see your comments there a lot easier than I can here on the video. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys, and as always, we'll see you in the next one.
And action.
All right, guys.
What? What was that?
I didn't get much sleep last night. I'm tired.
As we watch Tony tire himself out.
Oh, we're live.
Oh.
Welcome to the WAN Show, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a fantastic show lined up for y'all today. The FTC is suing to block the $40 billion NVIDIA and ARM merger. Whoops. And the Google Pixel 6 is apparently refusing to charge with low-quality cables. It's all like, what's the matter, you poor? Well, I guess no charge for you. What else we got today?
Or new phone. Apple screwed with us in a really annoying way, and I want to talk about it on WAN Show because I'm actually just so mad. I'm
What?
so upset.
What are you upset
I
about?
told you earlier today.
Okay, all right, yeah, we should talk about
I'm
that.
so cheesed. Also, NVIDIA rumored to launch RTX 40 series in 2022. Just another generation of graphics cards you won't be able to get.
Wow. So, get wrecked, I guess.
Very cool.
And the show is brought to you by ID Agent, Team Group, and MSI. All right, why don't we jump right into our first topic of the day. The FTC is suing to block the $40 billion NVIDIA and ARM merger. That's right. They've stepped in to prevent NVIDIA from snapping up ARM, to prevent NVIDIA from stifling the innovation pipeline for next generation technologies. That is a quote. This FTC complaint alleges that the proposed merger would give NVIDIA the ability and incentive to use its control of this technology to undermine its competitors, reducing competition and ultimately resulting in reduced product quality, reduced innovation, higher prices, and less choice. That is one way of putting it.
Yeah.
According to the complaint, the acquisition will harm competition in 3 worldwide markets in which NVIDIA competes using ARM-based products already through the license that they have. High-level advanced driver assistance systems for passenger cars. So these offer computer-assisted driving functions like automated lane changing, lane keeping, highway entrance and exit, collision prevention, and that kind of thing. DPU smart NICs, which are advanced networking products that are used to increase the security and efficiency of data center servers, and ARM-based CPUs for cloud computing service providers. So these new and emerging products leverage ARM's technology to meet the performance, power efficiency, and customizability needs of modern data centers that provide cloud computing services. So, for example, Amazon is working on, not just working on, Amazon has rolled out ARM-based server processors that are reducing their dependence on traditional x86 vendors like AMD and Intel. In fact, the ARM ecosystem is arguably as vibrant as it has ever been. Everything from the watch on your wrist to the huge metal servers that are running all of the cloud infrastructure that powers the services that you use is basically running on ARM, probably at this point. So, the proposed deal would give NVIDIA control over computing technology and designs that rival firms rely on to develop competing chips. See, that's the thing. NVIDIA has a huge presence, both ARM and otherwise, in at least 2 of these markets. So through the Mellanox acquisition, they've definitely got something going on in the data center networking space. I don't know if they're actually developing DPU SmartNICs. It's a space that I'm just frankly not familiar with. But when it comes to driver assistance systems acceleration, they've definitely got their fingers in that pot. And when it comes to cloud computing, absolutely, they've got their fingers in that pot as well. So this is a pretty cut and dried example of a non-competitive behavior, buying the company that controls the IP that your rivals rely on. However, NVIDIA has claimed that this wouldn't be a problem, but.
Sure. Sure. We've seen how NVIDIA is happy to take advantage of the situation of being on top. I don't know if it's necessarily worse than any other major company that has been in a clearly number 1 position, because that's just always bad for everyone. So I can't necessarily particularly pick on NVIDIA here, but it's not like they're necessarily playing nice guys when they're in that situation, and this would just make them even more so.
So here's the thing. I actually wrote a follow-up video. I didn't write the whole thing. I wrote most of it. Let me just see if I'm logged into the right doc here. I created a bunch of notes for a video that I was going to call something along the lines of, like, NVIDIA, why are you so mad? You know? I remember what it was going to be called. It was going to be called Who Hurt You? And basically most of the thinking that I was doing about it was really along the lines of, you know, I understand at some point a very, very long time ago, you were a scrappy, desperate competitor, and you kind of had to leverage every possible angle in order to succeed. But
yeah,
that was, at this point, really a very long time ago. And at some point, don't you think you would like to just be liked? You know, at some point, isn't it time to realize that you're not punching up anymore? You're punching down, and it's time to take a more magnanimous approach to your dealings with the rest of the industry. Because, and it was inspired partially by NVIDIA's behavior towards Hardware Unbox. So this was back when that whole thing unfolded. But it was also inspired partially by the, at the time, regulatory resistance, and not just regulatory, but also industry resistance to NVIDIA's, I think at the time, alleged acquisition of ARM. Maybe it wasn't alleged. Here, I've got my notes up. Unfortunately, this particular computer does not have, oh boy. Well, that's a little uncomfortable. This computer doesn't have Word on it, so that's what opening this document looks like. I'm sure someone's going to manage to turn that into oh, come on. Why does WordPad not even show, like, this is the kind of stuff, you know, I've done a lot of complaining about Linux in the last few weeks, but this is the kind of stuff that Windows absolutely needs to do better. Why is it that by default in Windows, Open With does not bring up WordPad, which will open this document? Here it is, okay? Here it is. Why would it not just default to this view rather than what we saw before? I don't know. Luke, do you mind curating a couple of merch messages while I go through this? So here is pretty much what I wanted to say about it. Oh, man. Yeah, no one would talk on record. I wanted to kind of say, like, hey, you know, let's look at your financials. Let's look at your market share, your public company, right? So this is all stuff that we have access to. Look at current growth. And, you know, there's a bit that I've kind of written here, and I go, I get it. Only the paranoid survive. but there's a limit. You can't and probably don't even want to win 100% market share. So why is your grip so tight, you know? Let's not pretend this pressure on the media through Hardware Unboxed was somehow an isolated incident, right? The difference is just that most of the pressure NVIDIA applies to partners, be they press partners or be they other partners, it happens behind the scenes, where those partners are far more susceptible to the kind of damage that NVIDIA can deal than independent media, who more and more are getting funded directly by their viewers. I have in here, massive shout out, by the way, to my float plane peeps, and of course, LTTstore.com shoppers. So it comes across petty, emotional, and scared. Like, are you really so insecure that when you're in a position of unassailable power in the industry, that you need to put down everyone else who thrives in your ecosystem to reassure yourself you're the top dog? You're the top dog. I said it. So can we put it behind us now? Right? So basically, I wrote a video that was kind of a lot of that. And I'm reminded of it now as we look at this kind of regulatory pushback, because it doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from this history of behavior that NVIDIA has, where every time they have an opportunity, whatever they might say about how they're going to encourage a vibrant, independent ARM ecosystem, nobody believes them. They don't believe them because that's not what NVIDIA does. NVIDIA creates closed standards. They create closed ecosystems. They box out competitors at every possible opportunity. So I get it. I understand why the FTC is coming at them on this. I also understand why there's been a lot of pushback, not just from companies that NVIDIA has been openly hostile towards, like Apple, but also companies that are just worried that whether it's immediate or whether it's over an extended period of time, complete NVIDIA ownership and control over ARM's IP could have lasting and damaging impacts on their business. And that's honestly why ARM has been so successful. That's what's allowed it to proliferate, is that they have created this really amazing business model where you can license their technology in almost every way you could possibly imagine. Literally, actually, in every way you could possibly imagine, from just taking cores that they've designed and essentially paying to have them fabbed, all the way to taking the underlying architecture, designing your own core. And I mean, look at what Apple's done with that. They've managed to outcompete the entire rest of the industry with an underlying fundamental IP that anyone can license. I mean, it's incredible, right? And so why are we going to risk damaging a good thing, I guess, is the question. I mean, really, RISC-V is coming.
Yeah.
RISC-V is coming for ARM's lunch already. So
It's been kind of coming for a long time, but
do we need to accelerate that transition? Because that's what I feel like might happen if NVIDIA were to acquire ARM. I feel like a lot of these licensees of ARM's technology would just go, okay, well, writing's on the wall now. I guess it's time for us to go ahead and...
Someone in Flowplane chat said, as you were kind of transitioning into that, I think possibly before you mentioned RISC, they said RISC-V would get really popular if ARM gets sold. It's like, yeah, potentially.
Pretty much, but it costs so much and it takes so much time to make these major transitions. You guys got to understand, hardware is just such a small piece of the puzzle these days. It's all about the software. And so if Amazon had to go, whether it's Amazon or Facebook or Google or whoever it is, if they have to go and switch architectures like this, okay, we're going RISC-V now. It's not just as simple as, okay, compile the code for RISC-V and here we go. Not by a long shot. So much optimization takes place these days. And it's a years and many, many millions of dollars investment to do something like this. So honestly, I know I'm all about progress in general, but maybe we could ARM's just now, swinging for the fences. Why don't we let it just be for a little bit?
I don't think not wanting some gigantic conglomerate company to gobble up another company, I don't think that's anti-progress. I think you're all right.
I'm all right?
I think you're all right.
All right, I'm coming away okay on this one.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see what happens. I mean, the FTC, I don't think, is the only ones resisting this move. So why don't we move on to our next topic? This one's pretty funny. The Google Pixel 6 refuses to charge with low-quality cables. So there have been numerous reports from users on Google's forums that reveal the latest Pixel phones refuse to charge, but only under specific circumstances. And at the heart of the issue appears to be the quality of the Type-C cables being used. So lower quality Type-C cables and chargers, incapable of power delivery, appear to be incapable of pushing any charge to the devices. And the really frustrating thing is that while on Google's support page, it is stated that Pixel phones might not work with some cables in order to protect the battery from the damage that out-of-spec charging might cause, there doesn't appear to be any meaningful error message that really gets pushed out to users. It doesn't say, hey, get more money, buy a better cable. It just
doesn't work. There's also a note here that I was kind of searching for, and I strongly agree with. On-cable labeling is extremely uncommon these days. It's not like Ethernet back in the day where every single one had the printing across the entire cable.
They still do.
Ethernet does?
Yeah, pretty much all of them I've seen. Yep.
Okay, sweet. Anyways, USB-C, not so much.
No.
I don't think I have a single labeled USB-C cable. I'm sure people out there do. It's very likely, I think, on the plug itself, you might have a little stamp that indicates what it is. But like
on USB-C?
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
No? Yeah.
Nope.
I don't know.
Nope.
I haven't seen labeling at all. So like figuring this out as a layman would be very annoying.
Pretty much the only way that I can tell if it's wired for USB 2 or USB 3 is just by the thickness of the cable. And even that's not a surefire thing because it could just have a really thick sheath on 5 conductors, or I don't know, I guess it would be 9 or whatever it would be for reversibility. And the thing is that in addition to just how many conductors are running down a Type-C cable, there's also the gauge of them, right? So especially as we get into, I think we've got 100 watt now, but as we get into 240 watt power delivery over USB Type-C, that is going to be really important. And it's actually a really great safety feature that Google has, that it just prevents the phone from operating correctly with a cable that could damage it. It's just that they need to do a better job of documenting what's happening or alerting the user to what's happening so that people don't get confused. All right, let's go ahead and roll this. Oh, wow, that's actually a really good question. Go ahead and do that. Okay, I think I'm going to have to just call this out because otherwise we're going to run into trouble here and people aren't going to get a chance to get their hands on it. The Swacket. Oh, that's not it. The Swacket is back, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. It's somewhere between a sweater and a jacket. So it's a heavy, heavy sweater, and I've got a large on. Long story, it is not going to fit this baggie. Normally our size medium is my size, but this is pretty much the LTT store hoodie for if you don't want the stealth hoodie or the WAN hoodie, you know? You want something that's a little more flash. It's got the reflective tape on the front, reflective tape on the back. It's got the big LTT badge on the shoulder, very much inspired by the original Swacket, but without some of the questionable choices that we made the first time around in terms of materials. So there should be a lot better consistency from one garment to the next this time around. Is that a large or an XL?
This is an XL.
That's an XL. Yeah, that looks about right. All right.
I never had the original one. This is cool.
Really? You never got one?
Nope.
Oh, yeah. We had a very limited number of the original one, and then we never reordered because we had QC issues with them, and that factory just couldn't manage to make them. And it turned out it wasn't entirely their fault because we had like stretchy materials and really stiff materials, and they were right next to each other. And it was just an extremely technical garment. So, all right, let's go ahead and do that.
I'll go through these if you want to transition to the next one.
Yeah, fantastic. Let's jump into our next topic of the day here. What chip shortage? Hey, it's more NVIDIA news. NVIDIA is rumored to be launching RTX 40 series cards in 2022. I mean, the reality of it is NVIDIA would have started work on 40 series. What is this? Ada Lovelace, I guess is the code name for these upcoming ones. Can't remember. The point is NVIDIA would have started planning for these, probably 3.5 years ago. So they would have had absolutely no way of knowing that they were going to have no way of manufacturing enough of their previous generation to the point where they're only competing against nobody. Like, there's literally no GPUs that anyone can buy anyway. So there's no point putting all of this R&D into releasing a new generation of GPUs.
That being said, and I memed on it a little bit
for
in
consumers.
the intro, I'm still happy they're pushing forward at the very least.
Yeah.
This is one of those situations where I don't want to bash on progress. Even if they're just instantly selling out, you might as well keep marching forward.
Yeah, you might as well keep marching forward. It's just from a business standpoint. If they just didn't have to, then I guess that is a thing that they might have considered.
So I guess I appreciate that they're releasing a new one.
If they're moving,
because they could just not.
Not really. In the data center, they've still got a lot of competition for like high performance computing.
Okay, that's fair. And that's where NVIDIA's pushing.
They're pushing heavy in AI right now, and there are AI specific processors that are coming out now that really look like they're going to take the fight to NVIDIA. So if they're not continuing to push forward on new process nodes, new architectures, there is the potential that they could fall behind. And once they've done that work, it is, relatively speaking, less work to take these new innovations and repackage them into a smaller die and deliver them in a consumer GPU. And NVIDIA is a proud company. I think it's fair to say that. NVIDIA is a proud company, and they would much rather beat the living stuffing out of their competition than just barely eke out a W. So as much as we might fault NVIDIA from time to time, whether it's for, holding back a release because they don't have a financial incentive to go ahead with it, they never hold back for that long, even during periods of complete dominance in the GPU space. They have eventually released more GPUs for you to spend your hard-earned money on, even if they really, frame these releases in the context of NVIDIA targeting its own former customers who own their 1 or 2 generations ago GPUs, as they tended to do towards the latter years of your tenure reviewing GPUs here, where they would just say, okay, this GPU, we're going after everyone who owns one of these cards from 3 years ago, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, that was super common.
I mean, a better solution would obviously be for NVIDIA to just turn GPUs into a subscription service. Oh, they did. Hey, why not both, right? If I'm Jensen, I'd love to just take both, right? Oh man. All right.
Should I do my little topic?
Oh no, there's still a little bit more for us to say about this. So reportedly, these new GPUs will be built on the TSMC N5 node, and the RTX 4090 will reportedly feature 18,000 CUDA cores with clocks as high as 2.3 to 2.5 gigahertz. That would put it at nearly double the RTX 3090's 10,496 cores at 1.7 gigahertz boost. It is also rumored that we could be looking at power consumption that is quite literally double or nearly double the current generation cards. And what this could also mean is that even though we're stepping down to the N5 node, these GPUs at double the CUDA cores, or nearly double the CUDA cores, could be so much larger that pricing could be proportionally that much higher than what we've seen in the past. You couple that with the ongoing silicon shortage, and we could be looking at quite possibly the most expensive family of GPUs that the world has ever seen. Our only hope, our only possible hope as consumers, is if Intel's Arc series comes out and doesn't suck donkey pee.
Yeah, that last part's actually really important. I don't know what else to say about the Intel cards, because I feel like we've been waiting for a long time.
I have a fair bit to say about the Intel cards. I mean, they're rumored to be coming in Q1. They are rumored to be able to achieve performance up to about an RTX 3070, which would put them probably in 40-60 sort of territory, which is fine. That's what most people are buying anyway.
I was just going to say, it might not be the sexy Halo product that some people are waiting to hear for, but that's the workhorse card that a lot of people need. Yeah, that'd be sweet. I have no real issue with that.
Yep. But the problem is that even if Intel decides to flood the market with these sort of performance tier, but not top tier, so hopefully affordable GPUs, that's still not going to do anything about the overall shortage, because while we might wish that Intel was using their own fabs, which are a separate sort of capacity bucket compared to the rest of the industry, which is reliant on mostly TSMC and Samsung for the cutting edge nodes. I mean, TSMC and Samsung, that's it. Unfortunately, Intel is supposed to be using TSMC for these upcoming GPUs. So there's a silver lining. On the one hand, there's only so many wafers that TSMC can process. But on the other hand, if Intel is focusing this production on relatively small dies that can turn a single wafer into relatively more cards, then more gamers can at least get a card, so that if NVIDIA and AMD, for that matter, want to focus on larger die GPUs that obviously can be sold for more margin as higher end cards. I mean, it's no coincidence that we haven't seen a desktop 50 series RTX like 3050 or 3050 Ti. I mean, that ain't a coincidence. So if NVIDIA and AMD want to focus on those larger die cards, at least people can get something. And the more people have a GPU at all, the more we can hopefully see supply start to loosen up a little bit. However, the global chip shortage is absolutely a real thing. Sorry, conspiracy theorists. And even Apple has apparently been slowing iPhone production in spite of their careful planning and solid partnerships with chip fabs. So, yeah. Good luck, everybody. Why don't we do a quick shout out for our new mic arms here? These are from Yellow Tech. They are they're Mika TV mic arms, and that's why we've actually got these all in the middle of the table now, which is really great for keeping them clear of our laptops so we can actually type. Well, Luke's actually isn't in quite the right position for him, but these are not the final tables for this set anyway, so we'll get that all sorted out. These are a lot better than the ones that we were using, and they actually stay put. I haven't had to adjust my mic arm at all during the show, which is something that I had to do about every 5-10 minutes on the old ones. So they're modular, so you can mount any number of different things to them. They look great, and they have sweet locks on all the joints so that they actually stay in place. You can check them out along with the rest of our podcast gear in the description. Thank you, Yellow Tech, for providing these mic arms 4 months ago. Took us a little while to get all
them here the whole time.
Yeah, it took us a little while to get all the hardware together, to get the set up, and yeah, okay. Look, sorry guys. we eventually definitely did install them. Yes, we did talk about the Swacket.
Just the reason why you were saying you should get it now, we only have hundreds now. We're going to have thousands soon.
Right. So I probably should have clarified that. Yeah, Nick dropped down here. They've been hard at work figuring out how to get any Swackets here before Christmas. So the ones that you guys have available now are air-shipped ones. So we're eating it. How much does it cost us per unit to airship Swacket? It's got to be at least like $10.
Yeah, it's like 18 or something.
18.
Okay, these are only air-shipped because they couldn't fit in the container. That's
Okay. So they were only air-shipped because they couldn't fit in the container. Anyway. Anyway, the point is we only have a few hundred of these. These were actually the last ones off the line, and then they didn't fit, so they airshipped them. So they got here ahead of the ones that are on the sea right now. So if you want to get one before the end of the year, now is the time to order a Swacket, but there will be thousands more coming in the new year. So thank you, Nick. Okay, we've got everything. We've got perfect clarity on all of that now. This is why I can never be trusted to... this is why I can never be trusted to pass along the Creator Warehouse stuff. Those guys, They're like basically a completely separate company now. Not basically, they're actually on paper a completely separate company. Speaking of which, we've got one of, I think, our coolest update newsletters from the LTT store team. This is super cool. Kyle actually went through and gave us a bit of a lesson on injection molding in the This Was a Big Problem for Us newsletter. If you guys aren't already subscribed to the newsletter, you're going to want to make sure you do that because they're going to be trying to put in all kinds of cool little tidbits. We're giving some details on why the screwdriver was delayed yet again. Basically, one of the vents for our molds got plugged partway through production of the bit clips, and so you can see it's causing some cosmetic issues here. Now, some of these parts can actually be reground and then mixed in with new plastic so that they can be used for the production of future screwdrivers, but some of them cannot. So we're going to have to figure out what to do with some of these assemblies that have been completed, but rest assured, if you guys order a screwdriver, you will not be getting one of the one of the mucked up ones. But basically, he goes through and he gives like a little lesson on how injection molding works, and it's super, super informative if you don't happen to be a manufacturing engineer. So make sure you're signed up for the newsletter over on lttstore.com. Oh, I wanted to do a hiring search update.
Yeah.
So we have gotten some extremely interesting applicants.
Yeah.
I'm not in a position to name names.
No.
Because
no.
that would be super awkward if it's someone that we haven't hired. But I am expecting an application package from someone who is OG tech media. Like OG written media, someone that I've really enjoyed all of their work over the years, someone who went over to the manufacturing side some time ago, and I just, really felt like that was a huge loss for independent tech coverage. Don't even try to guess.
I won't, but
I don't want to get anybody into any kind of awkward position.
Oh, of course not. I'm not going to, but I think I might know who you're talking
it's someone that I don't get to work with nearly as much as I would like, but who I'm hoping to have an opportunity to work with all the time. I've gotten a slightly less OG, but also like written media, personality that has applied. We've gotten one applicant who has worked on some pretty amazing software for benchmarking, and
this one I definitely know.
Yeah, this one benchmarking and validation. And I just want to reiterate, guys. So for everyone who hasn't applied yet, don't be afraid to. Don't be afraid to apply. Don't be afraid to reach out. It's not like we don't understand, what the value of someone with a lot of experience in this industry is. It's not like we don't understand that manufacturers have a lot of money to throw around, but we also think that the mission that we're embarking on here is really important. And if you believe it's important too, then what's the worst that could happen?
Yeah.
Apply, and so maybe we don't hire you. Maybe we can't come to an agreement, but at least don't be afraid to start a conversation, right?
And if you haven't heard from us yet, I wouldn't lose hope yet.
Yes.
There's a lot of applicants. There's a lot of things going on.
Yeah.